The wrestling all together.
Down before you. My door, it didn't have air conditioning. And when I went, it was $300 a semester.
I'll fix the wrestling.
This regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6 p.m. It's on. It's on. It's just loud in here. Okay. This regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6 p.m. I am very pleased that you have taken time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals and policies and oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guest, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum and we will take roll using our devices. Just a minute. Okay. Thank you. And to my left is our interim superintendent, Dr. Milton Fields.
How you doing? Good evening.
And Miss Eaton is on her way and should be here soon. All right, we will go on to our invocation.
Excellent. If everybody could please rise for the invocation. Bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to take this time to say thank you. Thank you for watching over our district. Thank you, God, for another opportunity to serve our community and our students. We ask for your continued hedge of protection over our students, parents, faculty, staff, and community. Keep us safe, Father God. And finally, we ask that you continue to guide our board members and administration as they lead our district in their decision-making and actions. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Please remain standing for the presentation of the United States colors presented by the Veterans Memorial High School Army JROTC. The faculty instructors for the Patriot Battalion JROTC are Lieutenant Colonel John Baker and Sergeant First Class Karen Hudson. Today's color guard is commanded by Cadet Captain Heather Ancliffe, who is carrying the U.S. flag. Right guard for the U.S. flag is Cadet Private First Class Zamaria Washington. The Texas flag is being carried by Cadet Captain Mariah Mack. Left guard for the Texas flag is Cadet Corporal Ethan Flores.
Color guard, hold. Left, face. Present, arms.
Our pledge leader this evening is Jordan Fitzhugh Morales. Jordan is a fifth grade student from Paschal Elementary. He leads by example every day and is all about fairness and equality. He is a natural leader and the #1 problem solver and innovative thinker on the campus. Thank you, Jordan, for leading our pledges today.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, one and indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. What am I supposed to say?
Order, arms. Ready, face. Forward, march. Mark time, march.
You may be seated. We would like to thank once again our wonderful pledge leader, Mr. Jordan Fitzhugh. If you can come up, we have a certificate for you, and we would like to take a picture with you and the board members. I also know that your proud principal, Ms. Davila, is here.
How you doing, man? It's good to see you. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. You come over here. She's going to give you this, and then you stand right here in the middle so they can take the picture.
Thank you, Jordan. Big round of applause for Jordan. And if we could get our incredible Patriot Battalion back in here, let's give them a round of applause for the incredible presentation of colors. If we could get a picture of the group. Thank you so much. We do have a few recognitions this evening. We are going to start off introducing our Veterans Memorial High School academic decathlon team. Come on in with their teacher, Ms. Diana Madrid-Vidari. I don't know if you heard the jingling and jangling, but they won a few medals recently. Veterans Memorial High School competed against 49 other schools in a very competitive state competition in Frisco, Texas. The students reached state in their first year as an organized team. They are not only disciplined individuals, but they consistently help each other as a cohesive unit to prepare for scholastic competitions. I want to introduce to you Natalia Garcia. She placed first in art in the state competition. Also, Jason Choi, overall honors division. He also was recently selected to represent the state of Texas at the Youth Government National Competition in North Carolina. And we have Billy Braun. He earned first overall, first math, science, social studies, third in art, economics, overall scholastic division. He also recently competed in the National Chemistry Olympiad at St. Mary's University this past weekend. This is an incredibly talented group of students. Congratulations to the team. We have some certificates to you, and thank you so much to Ms. Vidari, Madrid-Vidari, who leads them every day. We have a couple of athletic recognitions this evening as well. We've got the strongest students in the district about to walk into this room. They are our power lifting students. Powerlifting is a young program to Judson, and so it is extremely impressive, and we are very proud that these students have put in the work and the dedication to put our district on the map. So congratulations to these powerlifting state qualifiers. From Wagner High School, Ariana Hernandez Clear, 10th grade student. State qualifier, 6th overall, 920 pounds, with a total of the 3 lifts. Congratulations. And her coach, R.T. Gonzalez. We also have, from Veterans Memorial High School, Avery Crouch. 3rd place overall in the state. He also received a 1st place in the regionals in the 123 weight class, the first state appearance, achieving 3rd in the 123 weight class, and is the first ever regional appearance for veterans and also the first ever state appearance for Veterans Memorial for this program. And his coach is Coach Matthew Bullock. Next up, we have another incredible group of students who definitely leave their heart on the mat. Please help me welcome our state qualifiers for wrestling. I've been told that wrestling is a long and grueling season. And these students have not only kept up with the unique intricacies of the sport, but have also kept to their high academic standards. From Veterans Memorial High School, Torrance Atkins, state qualifier, finishing 5th, Coach Emerson Allen. From Wagner High School, Kobe Khan and Yadira Lerma. Coach Jarvis Wiggins and Coach Amber McKinney. From Judson High School, Samaria Barnett, 2nd place, Coach Taylor Spivey and Coach Casey Teague. An incredible accomplishment. The 2nd place winner, Miss Samaria Barnett, I have been told finished 2nd in the state of Texas at the 165 weight class. So impressive, and we cannot wait to see what more you all will do. Thank you. All right. We have some Skills USA competition winners. We are proud of our comprehensive CTE programs that support student future readiness with courses providing clear direction to pursue high-demand post-secondary opportunities, whether that's a college education, joining the military, or entering the workforce. We are so excited to be able to recognize a group of students who have recently competed in Skills USA competitions. Walking in is our Judson High School Health Science program led by Dr. Carrillo and Melanie Perales. Students being recognized, Genesis Montañez, 2nd place silver practical nursing, and Tiara Sanz, 3rd bronze medical assisting. Next up is from Veterans Memorial High School, the cybersecurity program, teacher Joshua Bailey. They're walking in right now, and we have a team contest winner. The entrepreneurship team contest, this team won third, the bronze. The students are Eliran Rosen, Bradley Senegal, and Richard Lujan, and Christopher Carroll. Also to be recognized, Eliran Rosen placed third, received a bronze for outstanding member. Congratulations. Next up, from Wagner High School Construction Program, our teacher is Miss Mary Mendieta, and she is coming in with Alex Martinez. Alex Martinez had a partner with his medal, Angel Gomez, who couldn't be here tonight, but they got the blue ribbon for the construction of a set of picnic tables in this contest. Congratulations. And best in show. Congratulations. A couple of students that couldn't be here that I do just want to recognize from our automotive program, Judson High School. I thought I saw Ms. Venegas here. She's a teacher, but she does have a blue ribbon winner for collision repair custom job exhibit, Alejandro Davil, and we will make sure they get their certificate. As well as Uriah Bennett Bowden. And last but not least, I'm actually excited to tell you the reason why the cosmetology department is not here. They are working, and they are over there doing their cosmetology thing, and so they could not be here this evening, but they are serving their customers. They received some awards, third place bronze for cosmetology 3D freehand nail art acrylic, Riley McGee, and Kayla Puentes won first gold medal aesthetics, and she is a national competition qualifier. And those are all of our recognitions this evening.
The next item on our agenda is the public comment period. This is the time for citizens, staff, or students to provide their comments to the board. A meeting that is open to the public under this act is one that the public is entitled to attend. However, the act does not give the public a right to speak at such public meetings except to address their grievances through the proper channels. As a courtesy to the public, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees allows time for public comment. Statements and questions from the audience will not be permitted during other portions of the meeting, so please sign up for public audience if you have comments to present. To have your comments heard tonight, your name and the topic of your comments must be written on the sign-in sheet prior to the start of the meeting, which is located in the rear of the meeting room. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to complete his or her comments. As the presiding officer, I will strictly enforce that time limit. Also, profanity, yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In accordance with Judson ISD Board Policy BED Local, in the event your comment, in my judgment as the presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it will be necessary for me to interrupt you, ask you to stop, and direct you to seek resolution of your complaint through the district's appropriate formal grievance policy, DGBA for employee complaints, FNG for student or parent complaints, or GF for public complaints. By law, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees cannot lawfully discuss, deliberate, make comments, or make a decision on any matter raised in the public comment period which is not specifically listed on the board agenda for this meeting. With those cautions in mind, we will now be glad to hear the comments. Ms. Laura Stanford, you are first, speaking about the budget.
Good evening. I'm Laura Stanford. I have a nephew that attends Judson High School. And this week I attended the budget meeting and watched a presentation of suggested 1% to 3% salary increases. And there was also a discussion of our training and losing employees, such as bus drivers, teachers as well. We train them and then they go on somewhere else, and we can't afford to do that. The TAPER reports, Texas Academic Performance Reports, going all the way back to 2016, show that the Judson student bodies never exceeded 45% at grade level. So we have to be aggressive in our actions to equip our teachers and keep our teachers, because we need them. Competitive times, I believe, require competitive actions. The San Antonio Independent School District is increasing. They're looking at an increase of 3 to 9%. There's right. So because we need to be more competitive and we need to keep our teachers and our staff, I'm advocating for a 6% salary increase. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the, there was only one person who signed up for public comment. We are going to take our agenda items a little bit out of order so that we can name the lone finalist towards the beginning of the meeting. So the board is now going to go into closed session. The board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. I need to find the right one to read. Consider and take possible action to name lone finalist for the superintendent position. Consider and take possible action regarding legal issues related to employee contract and compensation plan issues. And I think that's all the ones I need to read. The time is now 6:24, and the board will go into closed session. I know our audience is used to leaving during this time. The board is actually, there are a lot of people here, so we'll be the ones to step out, and you all can stay where you are. Thank you very much, and we'll be back in a little bit. board will now reconvene in open session. The time is 6:39. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. We're now going to move item 9D up for discussion. So consider and take possible action to name the lone finalist for the superintendent position. Do I have a motion?
Yes, I move that we make Dr. Milton Rob Fields our lone finalist for Judson ISD Superintendent.
Is there a second? That's been moved and seconded. Before we vote, I think a couple of board members would like to say a few words about why we chose Dr. Fields as our lone finalist. I can start by saying what stood out to me is that our community was asking us for leadership that they could trust and who knew our community well. Our search firm told us they had never seen in a search before so many people put down the same name as the person that they thought should step into the superintendent role. So I know that Dr. Fields will approach his work with integrity, diligence, and a deep love for the Judson ISD community. And he said during the process, I represent more than just myself in this process. And I know that that orientation towards others will remain true in his future leadership of the district. I'll invite anybody else who wants to say something. Ms. Eaton, yes.
I have to try not to get emotional about this because I'm so proud. I'm so proud to be able to sit here and say to our students, our faculty, our staff, that Judson can grow their own. I'm glad that our students can now look at our superintendent and say, you know what, I can be that one day. I can come up through Judson and be the superintendent. And I'm going to tell you, this process, you think you might know a person, just from working with them through projects and stuff. But through this process, I have really come to know Dr. Fields and his wife. I got to speak with your pastor. And I'm going to tell you, everyone that approached me about this whole ordeal and who they wanted to see step into these shoes, Dr. Fields. And it just gives you a whole new perspective of a person when people you don't even know are stopping you in HEB and Walmart and saying, hey, this is who we want at the helm. But more importantly, when the senior staff comes together and says, you know what, this guy he's building the team. He's making us feel like we can work as a well-oiled machine. So I just know I'm just honored to be a part of a board that is showing our children and our parents that, Judson can do it all the way to the top.
Yes, Mr. Macias.
And, I was going to say the same thing, Deborah, but I could not say it as eloquently as you did. Thank you. But I will add, too, that this process was extensive, and we did look at very qualified individuals who were superintendents. And so Dr. Fields earned this through the process, and it is a testament that we can promote from within, that we can take someone who has put the years in at Judson ISD and has evolved as a leader, as a human being, and is now prepared to lead us forward. One of the things that we gathered from community input is that they wanted somebody that was going to stay. And I can tell you, Dr. Fields is going nowhere. He is part of our district, and he's going to stay here and push us forward in the best way that he can with his heart and with his talent. And I will tell you personally, I have seen him assemble a team. It's not easy bringing people together, but our superintendent has done that and will continue to do that. So it is definitely my honor to have you as superintendent, and just wanted to just weigh in and also give you your accolades.
Thank you.
Mr. Diaz would also like to say something.
I'm sorry, I'm late, and I was like, thank you for clapping for me. So I think that the selection of a superintendent and a thought partner to this board is one of the most important, difficult, possibly game-changing things that this board can do, right? Because we have to balance out selecting somebody who has the passion, the mental capacity, the humility, the understanding, the awareness, the acknowledgement, and the ability to take action even when that action is difficult. And Dr. Fields has displayed that. Not only has he displayed that throughout this process, but for me, I've watched him over the years, and he's displayed that throughout his actions and his work. One of the things that I find incredibly refreshing is that he doesn't always have answers. And I think that is one of the most important things for a leader to be able to have vulnerability about, because that, coupled with the earnest, authentic, and genuine approach to understanding the problem, leads you to greater places, right? Leadership is not about leading people, but creating spaces and environments that let people be their genuine best self, right? So we expect that from him. He's displayed that, but with that comes the tremendous responsibility that he knows it cannot stop. This is an infinite game and an infinite approach to the betterment of scholars everywhere, right? So he knows that. That is a charge that he will carry. And the position demands of him, but he gets it. So, I want to congratulate him and thank him for that work. But he also doesn't have to be reminded of the work starts, right? So, thank you.
Thank you. All right. So it has been moved and seconded. We just need to vote? Yes. All right, so let me allow that to happen. And I'll also note that Ms. Eaton arrived and marked herself present. All right. Mr. Macias? There we go. Okay, there we go. All right. That motion passes unanimously.
I think it'd be best to say something down here. Can you hear me now? First, thank God for answered prayers. Thank you, Lord Jesus. I'm humbled. I'm grateful to Judson, to the board. This is home. From the day my wife said, hey, let's go into public education, it was all about getting back to Judson. And I was blessed to graduate from Judson High School. I was blessed to be the principal at Wagner for 8 years. I was blessed to come to district office. It's just been a blessing the whole time. And now to be the superintendent or the lone finalist, I appreciate that. I do want to say to the students, the community, the faculty, the staff, everybody, for the support during this process. It was tough. And to the senior staff, I didn't know it could be like this. Thank you. Thank you. And to the board, thank you for the vote of confidence. I can assure you I'm not going anywhere. As long as you're willing to have me, I'm willing to stay. But I would say to my wife and my friends, thanks for the support. Thank you.
So we'll take a 5-minute recess now. I think there's some media that may want to ask some questions, and that also, if there's people who were just here for that portion, you can use this as your escape route. All right, so we'll take a 5-minute recess. The time is now 6:49. All right, I'm getting the thumbs up from the booth. The time is now 7:03. We'll resume from recess and continue with the business of the day. So the next item on the agenda is item 4, superintendent reports. And we have topics on the percentage of graduates that will meet the criteria for CCMR will increase from 50% to 72% by June 2027.
Yes, ma'am. We have Ms. Davis that will come up and give a presentation regarding our CCMR. There's some really interesting changes that are happening with CCMR. One of them is they changed the cut score. They moved the goalpost on us. We were trying to go for one level, and in the middle of the year, they moved it to something else. So we want to make sure that we clearly articulate that to the board so they know that we're going to have to readdress our board goals, where we were trying to be and what we need to be in 5 years from now. So, Ms. Davis?
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. Fields. Today we will be sharing an update on our CCMR board goal. As a refresher, I'd like to revisit what the CCMR criteria is. So students that meet any one of the following criteria are considered college, career, and military ready. So one of those is that the student meets TSI criteria in both reading and in math, and that could be in any way, shape, or form mixed between SAT, ACT, TSIA, and a course called college prep. Another way they can earn CCMR is earning a 3 on an AP or 4 on an IB exam, earning a level 1 or 2 certificate, which is like a mini associate's, taking an on-ramps dual enrollment credit course, a dual credit course, earning industry-based certifications or IBCs through their CTE courses, earning an associate's degree, completing IEP and workforce readiness, being a special education graduate, or this year enlisting in the U.S. Armed Forces. And so that one had been taken out. It has been brought back in. However, please know that we will get those scores this year to affect next year's accountability. And I will be repeating that so much. So the goal that the board had set last year was that the percentage of graduates that meet the criteria for college, career, and military readiness will increase from a 50% to a 72% by June 2027. Well, like Dr. Fields mentioned, those cut scores have changed. And so last year, 2022, which was already imposed by the class of 2021, it was already baked in the books, as they say. The goal was a 52, and we received a 53. It wasn't from the work that the seniors did last year. It was baked in the books by the class of 2021. And so the work that the seniors performed and our principals and our administrators has baked in the books the accountability for this coming school year. Now we have a goal set of 56%. And again, that 56, that work has already been done last year. So as we move forward, we're taking a look at our goals. So far, we have a 53%, and even though that was our goal and we met it, that was a B at the time. With the new scaling tools, that is now a D. And so as we move forward with the goal of 56, last year when it was set, that was a B. This year, if all goes well, and of course they haven't released the final accountability manual, but that's where we're heading, that's a D. When you look at the class of 2026, that 72% goal that we had set 5 years down the road, that is a C. So they weren't those letter grades that we were aiming for originally, but that is why I'm saying, and Dr. Fields mentioned the need to revisit the goals. So that being said, we adopted 2 progress measures this year, because in order to move that needle forward, the best way to move it, the most fundamental way to move it, is to look at our TSI criteria and to look at our IBCs, because those we can focus on this year. Let me give you an example. A level 1 or level 2 certificate an associate's degree, you can't get any of that unless you're TSI ready. So this is one where we get our biggest bang for our buck per se. So the goal is to increase the number of seniors meeting ELAR and math TSI criteria from an 8%. So our seniors, incoming seniors this year, were at an 8% CCMR readiness, and the goal is to move them to a 37% by the end of this year. Again, this will impact next year's accountability. And so in August, incoming seniors, 8% of them were CCMR ready. The presentation you have with you was submitted. It has to be submitted a couple of weeks before the board meeting. So what you're seeing up on the screen is updated as of yesterday. So the April actual, we are at a 27%. So right now we're at a 27%, on track to meet that 37% by the end of June. Do understand that as we're going through STAR testing right now, we have students, while some are taking STAR, more seniors are taking TSIA, and we're still missing college prep. So students right now enrolled in a college prep course will also be included in there. They're not in these numbers because we're currently in the run. The students are in the run. So we do expect the TSIA goal progress measure to increase. The second goal progress measure we had set for CCMR are the IBCs, to increase the number of industry-based certifications from a 9%, so incoming seniors, we're incoming with 9% having earned an IBC, to a 17% by the end of the year. Currently, we are at 13%. So as of March, which was the last time we collected those numbers, we are at 13%. Knowing and fully understanding well that most IBCs are earned at the end of the year. So the fact that we already have banked 13% is a good progress thus far, and we know that a lot of our students are going to test at the end of the year, and so those will be added in. Friendly reminder, all of this work will not impact this year's accountability. That's already baked in the books, but this will impact next year's accountability. And so what are we doing? What are we doing right now to help our students improve? I will tell you that our principals are working diligently, our college and career counselors, together with our career counselors, they're looking at our students, putting them on adaptive online programs. We're focusing on working with our CNI team to ensure that that tier 1 instruction, because that's where it all begins, is solid moving up. So one of the feedback that we heard last year from our board is to emphasize testing early on, not wait for our seniors to take the test, but start testing them in 9th and in 10th grade. And you'll see in a further presentation that was a direct move that happened this year. Another thing that we added this year that we hadn't done previously is to offer the ACT for all seniors in November. We added it for 2 reasons. Number one, for the accountability. There's such a thing as accelerated testers. That's something else I really don't want to go into detail, but that also impacts our CCMR scores, in addition to the ACT that we've been offering previously. Something else that we're doing is we're testing the seniors that have not met the CCMR criteria in TSIA 2 in October and in March. And I will tell you something else that some of our high schools are doing differently is they're testing a small group of students almost weekly on demand. And so when we see that their adaptive instrument is saying, okay, they're ready, they pull them out, they test them, because ultimately we don't want to waste any time. So that's something that's different. We're providing targeted enrollment in Texas College Bridge. So as we are receiving indicators that our students might not be able to pass a TSIA by the end of their senior year, we're enrolling those students. So we're handpicking students and we're placing them in a course called College Bridge that at the end of the year, if they pass that class with a minimum score, then they earn TSI. They meet the TSI criteria. And College Prep is the online version of that course. We're also tracking our 11R students. We noticed when these board goals were set last year that we were emphasizing on our seniors, but some of our students who begin the year as repeater 11th graders and flip over before the year ends, boom, they count for our senior scores, and so that truly affects us. So we're tracking them carefully. Our counselors are doing a phenomenal job in making sure that those students receive the additional supports needed to make sure that they receive their CCMR. And then we're tailoring our CTE course curriculum to align with a new IBC list. The state released a new industry-based certification course with an additional list of IBCs, and so we want to make sure that our curriculum properly prepares our students to meet those IBCs. And then, of course, we aren't waiting till their senior year to give them that opportunity to earn their IBCs. We introduced some classes such as welding and graphic design, which offer the students the opportunity to do that early on. And so one of the things that we are tracking is the college readiness testing participation. One of the things that you will see now is our 9th, our 10th, and our 11th grade students. We're not waiting. We're offering those assessments early on, as we just showed in the targeted improvement plan that we have in-house. And we're ensuring that these students meet the college, that they participate, right? Because exposure is important. And so they're participating earlier on. And then I wanted to specifically break down the TSIA participation, and I'd like to draw your attention to 9th and 10th because that was feedback that we received from our board. And so you can see that our 9th and 10th grade students are definitely, you can see an increase from last year. 24% have participated. As of right now, 43% of our 9th graders have participated in TSIA assessment. And then the same increase, almost a 30% increase in our 10th graders. Right now, we're working on 11th and 12th grade because that's cumulative. But again, we're increasing, this is TSI only participation, which you saw in the previous slide was all the ways that they can earn. And then our IBCs. You can see that in grade 9, we're already starting to earn the IBCs. The blue is last year, the orange is this year, and it might seem like we're not meeting our target, but I'd like to remind the board that it is at the end of the year where we're going to see this number actually shift when the students take their exams to earn their IBCs, but we are on track for the IBC goal. So the current year you're seeing doesn't include that. But I want to just draw back our attention and our focus a little bit. We've heard so much throughout the year about that accountability refresh, and where that accountability refresh is really going to impact us, not just us, all across the state, will be under the college, career, and military readiness criteria. The scaling tool that the TEA will use, that they're sharing with us so far, it's right there on your right, has drastically changed. An 18-point difference, for example, to earn that A. The scaling tool, all of our goals had been set at the B level, and you can see we even set our goals realistically. It's about a 3% increase every year. And so when you look at that 3% increase, in 5 years down the road, that's still a C. So if we take, just to get a better idea, if we take last year's accountability and CCMR, and we imposed it in a template that Lead Forward puts out, Lead Forward, the leading people that help us with our accountability. If we take all of our scores from last year in Domain 1, in Domain 2, in Domain 3, and we put that in that template, that B rating turns into a C. So I hate to be the bearer of this kind of news, especially after such exciting news. But I do just want to shed light into the situation that we find ourselves in, not just us, but everybody. And so I want to bring that to you early on. Another one of the big changes is CCMR, and of course it's through CCMR, but it's the weighted average. So the district no longer receives, I'm going to put it in simpler terms, right? But for those of you that know all the details, you'll say I'm skipping some pieces. But in layman's terms, the CCMR affected 40% of our B rating last year. That's not exactly how it's going to work this year. They're going to take a look at every campus's accountability score, and depending on their attendance size, their enrollment, that's going to affect a percentage of our district accountability. So when you're looking at our campuses, perhaps with the largest enrollment, and you take a look at their current accountability score, that will impact the district score. So that's a huge change. And who are our campuses with greatest accountability, with greatest enrollment? High schools. Where is CCMR? At the high school level. There's no CCMR at the elementary level per se, as far as accountability is concerned. We understand that we prepare them since elementary, but I want to make sure that that I share that with you tonight. And so that ends this presentation.
Ms. Eaton.
Ma'am, when we talked about this before, when you presented us with information about how they were going to handle that, you mentioned that we were trying to figure out a way to capture, so that we can get credit for students that weren't sure if they were going to join the military before they graduated, and then after they graduated, decided over the summer, hey, I think I want to do that. We were trying to figure out a way to be able to recapture those numbers.
So there's actually a bill out there right now in legislature. I believe it's called the Allison Bill. And one of the things that they are considering is not just the enlistment in itself, but if the students are enrolled in ROTC their 9th through 12th grade year, then that will also earn them, and they take the ASVAB test, then that will earn them the military criteria. It's not set in stone yet because it's just being discussed in legislature, but you can certainly speak to your representatives and help support that bill.
Allison Bill?
Allison Bill.
You have to take the ASVAB and then qualify. I mean, for those of us that have been in the military, you got to score high enough to get in some particular career field. But once you've done that and you've been in for the 4 years in high school, then that counts towards meeting the criteria for CCMR, which would be great, because then we could go back to what Mr. Macias had suggested before, and then now we start testing, all of the ROTC students and with the ASVAB test to ensure.
And again, that's currently in legislature. That is not right now how TEA says that they will earn the CCMR criteria. As of right now, TEA is saying they need to enlist and they need to turn in the DD4 form after they enlist. You're welcome.
I have a clarifying question that I think I actually know the answer to, but I'm just going to make sure that I'm getting this right. So they have changed the criteria to earn whatever letter grades, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that for this year's accountability, the year that we are in, that has already been determined because that is for the class of 22 that graduated last year. So there's really nothing we can do to increase that rating for this accountability year.
You are correct.
Okay. And probably very little that we can do at this point to even impact the following year, correct? Because that's the graduating class of 2023 that has a month left of school.
You would be correct.
Okay. But now for the military piece, is that being applied retroactively to the class of 2021 and 2022? Or that will impact the class of 2023
Right
for
now,
our
for next year.
25 accountability rating, our 2025 accountability?
For next year. So a
Next
student
year's-
who
okay,
enlists
next year's.
this year and submits that
Okay.
form, that will be for
The
next.
2023-24 school year. Okay, thank you. I
You're
just
welcome.
wanted to make sure I understood that.
Yes.
Any other questions? Mr. Diaz?
Not so much a question for you, Mrs. Davis, but I guess for the board and for the superintendent. Have we been part of the districts to sign the letter to Morath, Creighton, Buckney, and the governor?
I wouldn't say that we've actually signed a letter. I just met yesterday with the Bexar County Coalition of Superintendents, and we meet with Julie Grizzard, who comes together and queries us about where we stand collectively, and we let her know whether we're in support or not in support, and that's where we learned of the Allison bill. and a few other bills, and we sit there and go through all of them and give feedback on each.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Might be something that we want to take to the legislative committee, just to make sure that we can contact Buckney's office, who's Rep Pub Ed, Senator Creighton, Senate Education Committee, and then Morath. Because I think part of the problem here is that the commissioner thinks that he has the authority to refresh certain things, right? And it's not necessarily
Unlimited.
legislatively mandated. Más o menos? No? All right. I'll go back. Either way, we should talk about it in our legislative committee. All right, that's it.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. One question I had is going back, and this is my last question, I promise.
okay.
But going back to the graphs around like TSIA participation and things. So if a student takes and passes or meets the benchmark on those exams, say in 9th or 10th grade, then they've already, quote unquote, got their point for college and career readiness? Okay.
Yes, but it has to be both the math and the reading, and
Okay.
it can be in any combination. So they could have passed the TSIA in math, and then they might struggle with reading, so they might end up taking a
2 years
college
later.
prep course in
Oh,
reading.
okay.
And so you need both, and that's what we're doing right now. So one of the numbers that you aren't seeing, because again, we're chasing this now for next year. So it's-
Yeah.
one of the things you're not seeing there is at the end, we will be able to provide that college prep participation. We already know that some students went through that class. For example, in one of our campuses, that we're very happy. It will make a great impact because of the enrollment size. And but that's not reflected here because it doesn't go into Skyward, and
Yeah.
so
Got
that's
it.
part of the data.
Okay. So like, in the future, we could maybe see like, okay, here's participation, and then here are how many students at each of those levels were successfully met the bar for what they needed.
We could. It would take us a little longer to pull
Oh,
that
sure.
data, but
I'm
we
not
could
asking for
definitely-
that like now,
Yes.
but that could be something that we could look at to be able to predict. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Any other questions? Did you want to make a comment, Dr. Fields?
Only that we just wanted to make sure that we set the level of expectation for something that's already done.
Yep.
Going into next year. And we know where that would be, so if we were to see that, it was something that we really couldn't affect a change on.
All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. All right. That covered all the ones in number 4, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So next we are on the consent agenda. We have items A through P here, and I will ask if any board members want to pull an item from the consent agenda.
I do not want to pull an item from consent.
Thank you for naming that, Mr. Macias. I think that gives us permission to ask if there's a motion.
I would like to pull an item, ma'am.
Okay, Miss Michelle.
It would be item the reclassification item, and I can't put mine.
Item P? Okay, item P. Okay,
Item P, please.
thank you. Any other items to be pulled? All right, is there a motion for the rest of the consent agenda?
I move that we pass our consent agenda. Approve.
Oh, I think Mr. Diaz got it.
Second.
Okay, that has been moved and seconded. So that is for items A through O that we are voting on. Mr. Diaz, it didn't go through. Our clickers are a little finicky sometimes. Yeah, there you go. Okay, there we go. We're good to go. All right, that has passed unanimously. So we'll go on to item P. And Ms. Michelle, you pulled this one.
Thank you. Make sure I got- yeah.
The reason that I pulled it, Dr. Fields, is
Yes, ma'am.
because I noticed that we do have a reclassification on consent, and then there is another reclassification, item 6B, and I wondered why aren't they either both in consent or both in discussion action?
Yes, ma'am. I would say the first one that we're asking for here, the Human Resources Recruit and Hire Specialist, is a position that previously was in a pay grade of 501 and moved to an AP pay grade of 504. Recently, we moved some of the responsibilities of this position to another part of human resources, so we decreased the responsibilities there. And then the person who was in this position resigned. So before we posted it and we wanted to go out and advertise, we wanted to see if we could move it back to the position that it truly should be in, which is an AP or a pay grade of 501. And because we were moving it down with a deduction in the annual pay of about 16,000, almost 17, we felt like this would be something that we would put in the consent agenda. Contrary in 6B, and I don't want to talk about it now, I'll wait, but that is for an increase in the position, and we wanted to make sure we communicated that to the board. But this is simply a decrease in that position.
Well, with that said, then I would like to move that we approve the reclassification for the current, the reclassification of the Human Resources Recruit and Hire Specialist to the Human Resources Professional Specialist.
Is there a second? Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Ms. Eaton seconded. We'll proceed to vote. Give me just a second. All right, that item passes unanimously. We'll move on to discussion and consideration of action items. Item 6A, discussion and take possible action regarding approval of the rankings of the submittals for requests for competitive sealed proposal 2022-31 Wagner High School track and field improvements.
Yes, ma'am. What we're requesting here is the approval of the ranking for the work that we're going to do over at the Wagner track. I know Ms. Eaton's been waiting on this for quite some time. We sent this out and we asked for a base bid and 3 alternate bids. The base bid is to change the field from grass to turf and to replace the track around the field. And that would be, if you've ever been over there, that's going to be digging it up, you know, treating the soil, replanting it, and then resurfacing the track. In addition, we put an alternate bid out to correct some of the cracking that we saw on the side where the stands are over at Wagner. If you've ever been over there, there's only one side to sit on right now, and both the visitors and homes sit on the same side. We're going to go in and shore that up, and you can see the price for that on the 3rd page. And then another alternate bid 2, is for about 1,000 seats to now be placed on the visitor side of that field. That way you don't have the home team and the visitor team sitting on the same side. And then the other alternate bid, if you've ever been over to the concession stand at Wagner, you kind of walk up and you can get your concessions, but then you have to go back wherever you're, you know, whichever game you're in, because there's nowhere to stand over there. We're going to create an area where they have outdoor picnic tables with a cabana overhead so a person can sit and enjoy their refreshments over by the refreshment and concession stands. And we're asking for all of those, the base bid and the 3 alternative bids, to be approved in this process.
This comes from 2016.
This is coming from the 2016 bond money. Yes, ma'am.
Are there any questions about that? Mr. Macias?
I know that there's been some concerns with the track there, but this is going to potentially remedy that whole thing?
That's the plan. I can tell you that this will not be the first time that the track has been replaced, but this time there's a different treatment that goes along with the soil that we've been informed about. So we've gotten more of a guarantee for less shifting to go on that side of the district. But what they are going to do is dig the track up all the way around, 5 feet deep, replace it with different soil, treat that soil, and then put a new track cover on top.
So when we approve this, then I guess you'll come back, you'll let us know the cost on it?
This is the cost.
Okay, so this is it?
This is the
Go-
base bid with all 3 alternative bids that comes out to 6.6.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, I obviously think it's needed. I support it. Certainly, it needs to be done. When is this going to be complete if we move forward?
This is just now, what we're asking for is the approval of the competitive seal proposal and the ranking. Then what we'll do is we'll say, okay, it's been approved. We go back to that construction company, and then we hash out any concerns we may have before they start. It's really about what's convenient for the construction company. Right now, there's a lot of bond money out there in different districts to go do a lot of stuff. We will move this along as quickly as possible, but it's also us trying to do it with the least disruption to the campus as possible as well. Because if we start too late, right in the middle of the football season, that may affect their ability to even have any competition out there.
Well, and the reason I'm asking for time is because I also know as time goes, cost increases.
Yes, sir.
So this request could be potentially inflated. Hopefully it wouldn't, but we'll lock things down and then just get on their schedule and hopefully get this completed soon.
I can tell you, we put it out for a proposal. That construction company came back and said, I can do it for this amount in each of these different categories. So they've kind of locked themselves in.
Okay.
So now it's just back to going back and negotiating any concerns we may have.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have a question.
Yes,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have a question. Because I'm not familiar with the things that were on that list, and I need to make myself smart on this. The list from 2016, I'm just curious, what, if you know, if there was a pad is for the ROTC for drill competition, was that part of it?
I'd have to go back and refresh myself, Ms. Eden. I don't want to
Okay.
say yes or no, and I haven't really looked at for that in quite some time, but I will go back and look it up, and I'll send it out tomorrow in the
Because
Friday.
we're competing, at a high level, very high levels.
Yes, ma'am.
And doing great. So I'm just curious if,
I'll look.
whatever. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Knoyer.
Thank you. Something that's very important to me is equity among our schools, to make sure that all of our students have access to the best equipment, the best facilities, and everything. So I'm very excited to see this. There's always talk that we ignore the schools on the south side of the district, and having taught there, those kids are extremely deserving just as much as anybody else. So I'm really happy that we're bringing something forward that's really going to improve access to our kiddos who are running track, because that track's not safe. And then for our students who are practicing and our JV games and everything that are going to be there. And it's correct that soccer will also be able to play
Yes,
on this
ma'am.
field?
When they replace the
Okay.
field with the turf field, it'll be fitted for soccer as well.
So our schools should have the opportunity, as Judson High School does, to play on artificial turf.
Correct.
Let's give everybody the same equal access. So I'm really excited that we can move forward with this.
Yes, ma'am.
Does anybody else have questions? All right, is there a motion?
I move we approve the ranking of the submittal for request competitive sealed proposal 2231, Wagner High School track and field improvements.
Second.
That was moved by Ms. Knoyer and seconded by Mr. Diaz. We'll proceed to vote. All right. Our devices are being finicky today. All right. The next item, item C, discussion and take possible action regarding approval of safety and security device purchase related to bond 2022.
Oh, I think B is first, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No problem.
put a check mark next to that before we even talked about it. Apologies. So B is next. Discussion and take possible action regarding approval of a position reclassification for the current payroll coordinator to payroll director for the 2022-23 fiscal year.
If we recently hired a new person in this position, but if you remember, for our payroll position, it was quite some time before we could find someone to come in and that we could felt comfortable with in selecting. What we found during this process is that Most other districts in the surrounding area count this as a director or even higher position. Executive director, payroll is typically high in the finance department. Ours is currently a coordinator position. And now we have someone in it. We've asked them to take on some extra responsibilities, and we think it's appropriate to reclassify this position from a coordinator position to a director position so we can at least be competitive with the surrounding area based on those new requests of responsibilities in that area.
Any questions about this?
So you're saying from payroll, from coordinator to a director?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Rather than it be a coordinator position, one step up to a director position.
And I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Macias.
Dr. Fields,
Yes, sir.
in terms of your assessments, was it TASB that made that assessment, or was it just, I'm trying to get an idea of, you mentioned about competitive with area districts, so did staff look to just verify what those salaries were?
Human Resources and the Finances Department came back to us during this process because we weren't getting a lot of interest. And some of the people who were interested really didn't come close to the qualifications. And we started getting that feedback then. We did go through the process anyway. We found a quality person to go into that position. But it became painfully obvious from the Human Resources side and from the finance side that this was a position that needed to be moved from a coordinator to a director position.
And I'll just let you know, I'll support this, but in terms of our compensation plan and making a recommendation for us to approve for next fiscal year, we're doing it ahead of time, I suppose?
On this one, we are, because we know that competitively, we're not meeting the surrounding area. And we want to make sure that we stay competitive in that position because we just came out of not having someone in that position and how that brought a sense of concern for the district. We have security and stability there. We want to make sure that we keep it that way.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Ms. Canoyer, yes.
I just have a comment. As I was reading through the job description and seeing all the additions to the job responsibilities, that's a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a lot.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I support this.
Thank you.
This is an important position. We need to make sure that pay goes on appropriately for all of our people. So.
Yes, ma'am.
Any others? All right. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve a position for reclassification for the current payroll coordinator to payroll director for the 22-23 fiscal year.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. All right, that item passes unanimously, and I've already checked it off, so now we are ready to do item C. Discussion and take possible action regarding approval of safety and security device purchase related to Bond 2022.
Yes, ma'am. This is for the purchase of safety and security devices from Bond 22. But one of the things that we agreed on as a board, that when we went to spending money from the Bond 22, we would bring that in front of the board. Oftentimes, it goes in over 50 or under consent, but we wanted to make sure that we introduce this to the board to show that we're spending funds for the safety and security, in this case, firewalls, out of this budget. So, Ms. Gosh, if you wanted to go ahead and brief them a little bit more on exactly what it's about.
Absolutely. My pleasure to do so. The firewall project is designed to replace all of the existing firewalls within the district, as well as increase the systems that we have to provide us more functionality, more security features, and provide additional protection to the district. So in doing this, we provided you with a little bit more information than we typically would on a technology purchase, and the efforts to be transparent about what we were doing with the bond purchases, as well as making sure that as we projected to the public, this was one of the line items that was specifically stated that we would be working towards. And many of the devices, actually almost all of the devices that we currently have, are out of life, just meaning they're out of service and continuance. And so this will be a complete replacement with additional additional appliances put within the system.
Does anybody have questions? Ms. Pichel?
Yes, Dr. Fields, I just wondered, the other companies that were not chosen, was it because, and maybe Ms. Gosh would be the best one to ask, was it because they did not provide all these other things that SHI is providing in terms of the maintenance contracts and all the other support that they give? Did the other companies not offer those?
So all of the companies provided a 5-year, they all included the 5-year piece. What is unique about one of the ones that we selected is a renewal process that they do. So there was that slight difference, and it's just a difference in something that that particular one offers. But as far as the packages that each one provided very similar packages in terms of the support, in terms of the training, and the longevity of supporting the system. So there was really not a great deal of difference between what each one of the vendors offered.
Yes, Ms. Eaton.
Ms. Gosh, the training are they going to be coming to us and do on-site training, or we're going to have to send our people to them?
No, they will actually come on site and do the installations and work with our people directly, and they will run through. In fact, we took the opportunity with all 3 systems that we looked at to actually look at their interface, and all of our and our employees that actually run the firewalls actually went through the process of kind of seeing it for the first time, getting to play with it just a little bit to get some experience in each one of the interfaces. And so they'll provide the training on site to us. We won't have to go anywhere.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions? Mr. Diaz?
Not a question, but just a quick statement. Thank you for adding the hub small business minority women-owned portion, even though nobody got points because this is a tremendously large project, and I wouldn't expect it. It is in the matrix. It is being recognized, and I know it's phase 1. As JJ pointed out when he presented last time, that we are starting off with our bond projects to see if we can help small businesses scale into some of the work. So thank you for having that in there.
Any other questions? All right. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the safety and security device purchases related to Bond 2022.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. No, it's me. Okay, yes. Good. There we go. All right. We'll blame it on the storm, why they're being so finicky today. All right, moving on to discussion items and reports. Mr. Macias brought forward item A, discuss program management services associated with the 2022 bond program.
Yes, I just wanted to bring this forward. We just passed a significant amount of money in our bond. And so I know that Helen hasn't necessarily acquired more personnel to manage the bond. So I want to put an RFQ to look for, I guess, support, for lack of a better word. But I'd like to have Helen determine what her needs are. I don't know anything about what her needs are specifically, but obviously larger amounts of bonds. We still have other bond money programs that are still active and being reconciled. I would imagine there would be some need for support. So I wanted to put this out here so that we can create sort of this, obviously with Helen's direction, because she needs to identify what her needs are, but then to get a RFQ out there for those type of services. And I would feel better, and that's why I put this out here, because I know Helen is also taking in her department a lot more work. So this was, I thought, a appropriate vehicle to offer that support here. So that's why I put it out there. Dr. Fields, if you have any feedback.
Definitely. I know that part of the bond was an administrative cost that was associated with Bond 2022, where we do plan to hire people to assist with the project management and some of the making sure that it goes through smoothly. That was part of what they calculated in the bond. When we saw the request for the bond management, we looked at project management and bond management. Typically with bond management, it's a company that you bring in prior to going out for a bond, and they help you assess what you need to go out for a bond for. And then you go out for the bond, it passes, you come back, and then you start doing those projects in the bond. And then they oversee going out and getting an architect, they oversee going out and getting a construction firm, and then they come back and make sure that you're supposed to stay on time and under budget. We've already gone out and gotten the bond. We've already moved down the line in terms of our architects on both of our major projects of the middle school and the elementary school. And we've already moved down the line in terms of construction. And part of the architectural agreement with the middle school and the elementary is that they oversee the construction team as they put the school together. I would agree with you that there are a lot of things that Helen is responsible for and need to be accomplished. And I spoke with her and asked her where she could use assistance in those areas. But in terms of an overall bond management company, they usually charge like 3 to 9% of the overall bond that you go out for. So ours was $345 million. Just 3% would be over $10 million. We didn't budget for that in the bond itself. So to bring in a bond management company at this point, when most of the heavy lifting's been done, might not be the best way to go. But
And I agree.
Yes,
I
sir.
agree. That's why I say if she puts the scope together,
Correct.
she can determine, I certainly don't want to spend $10 million on a process where some of the work has been done. But do keep in mind, there is still an oversight aspect to it, and even, I would say, an audit component on how the process to make sure it is going correctly. Obviously, we're going to be talking later about bond stuff that we need to work through. So I think it's just prudent to have the level of oversight, but basically just an olive branch to that department to determine where those resources need to be.
Yes, sir.
And again, she writes it up. So.
She's not. Helen was unable to come to tonight's board meeting, so she and I sat and discussed it. I told her that I would appreciate her looking at any aspect of her position that she feels that maybe we could contract out and see if the money was available to get assistance maybe in facility inspections that we need going forward, or to determine the life cycle of what we currently have and what we would need going forward and when we would in terms of a 5 or 10 year plan facility-wise going forward. And she said that she was willing to sit down and do that. But when we talked about the actual project management or the bond management, she felt like her department was able to handle what we have right now in terms of project management and bond management, and that she really didn't need the assistance in that area. Even when it came to project management, and we sat down and spoke about it, she felt like if we were to hire a project management company to come in, it would be more expensive than just hiring an architect and having them on staff to work for that project management throughout the course of whatever project we may have them assigned to. So we're going to look at ways that we can maybe lighten the load for her in other areas that she's responsible for as well. But she felt comfortable with the bond management portion.
Okay. So again, this is not an action item.
Yes, sir.
Discussion.
Yes, sir.
And I guess confer with her on what those needs. I don't want to hear I don't need any help. I know she needs help.
Yes,
She'd be
sir.
extremely proud if she's saying I don't need any help.
Yes, sir.
She's doing some serious lifting. So just have her come back and assess. And that's why, just so you guys know, this was going to be an action item.
Yes, sir.
Helen was not here. I minimized it to discussion because it just
Understood.
seemed more appropriate.
We can put it on the agenda for.
But I certainly want to see something done.
Yes, yes, sir.
I didn't want to take action on something that we didn't know anything about. We first needed to have a discussion to figure out what this is, because there was no documents, no supporting documents with this item for us to know anything. And so I would not feel that I would be making a very educated decision without knowing what is the purpose of this. And if it is not something that Ms. Keaton has brought to you for you to bring to us as a recommendation, it's coming from the board rather than from Ms. Keaton. So if she feels that, I would rather not be the one to give that directive. I'd rather that that directive would come from either you, Dr. Fields, or she relaying to us that there's a need for, because we need to be
Understood.
fiscally responsible and good stewards of our money.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll just rebut, being fiscally responsible means having oversight and adequate support to ensure we don't have issues managing this bond. That's being responsible with our tax dollars. So I want this to be discussed with some action and not just we're fine, because we'll go into closed session later and we're not going to be fine. So we're not there. So let's make sure we do something. And again, I do agree with one point with Mr. Shaw. My preference would be to have Helen bring this to us. But as a board member and responsible to my community, I'll make it board action if I need to, and we'll vote on it up and down. So just talk with Helen, get some direction, and we'll move forward.
I assure you we will. Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions or comments? Okay. We'll move on to item 7B, Federal Grant Fiscal Year 2023 COP School Violence Prevention Program. Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am. According to the last policy update 120, we said that anytime we went out for a federal grant or applied for one, that we would bring back that notification to the board. This is us doing that according to CB Local. We are applying for a grant in this area. We would be eligible for up to $500,000. The award would end in August of 2026, but again, it would give us assistance in identification technology, scanning devices, fencing, emergency alert alarms. But again, this is one that we're applying for. We haven't received it. We're just letting the board know that we're going out for it in accordance with the policy.
Are there any questions about this one?
You said if we get it, it's awarded in August?
No, ma'am. I was saying that if we get it, then it would be up in August of 2026. So we'd have up until that time to spend all the funds. But according to CB Local, we just got to let you know. I'm hoping we get it as well.
All right. Sounds like the thunder outside has something to say about that grant. All right. So item 7C, intruder detection audit findings and corrective action plan for Woodlake Elementary School and Masters Elementary School.
Yes, ma'am. This has become a recurring thing on our board agenda. We are supposed to ensure that we notify the board of any audits that come through or inspections at the regional or the region level. And the last campuses to be inspected were Woodlake Elementary and Masters Elementary. This is us letting you know we did well in those areas, but we need to put it on the agenda so we can show the state that we did inform the board of the inspection.
Any questions or comments about that one? All right. Moving on to item D, teacher survey results.
Yes, ma'am. We did take the time, thank you so much. We did take the time to, we knew we were in the budget cycle. We wanted to talk to the teachers about some of their concerns in terms of retention. So we did a survey. Dr. Taganow did go through and disaggregate most of, if not all, the information, but she has some more updates that she's going to give us as well. So Dr. Taganow, if I want to say before she starts, I know it's thundering outside. If the lights go out, this building it has a generator, so we're good. It might get a little warm, but in terms of the power, we should be okay.
I believe we might have to pause just because the live stream would then be cut off. And so we would have to pause the meeting, but we can all stay in here and be safe.
Yes, ma'am. We'll move quickly. Dr. Taganon?
Quickly, yes. Thank you, Dr. Fields. I heard you loud and clear. Good evening, everyone. Yes, like Dr. Fields said, we did put out a teacher survey that was targeted specifically for that staff population. We have been evaluating programs and discussing different things, and we know that one of the strategies we need to focus on is attracting teachers, retaining teachers as well. And so there was a survey that was put out by Raise Your Hand Texas, and one of the results from that survey of Texas teachers was that 77% of teachers, current teachers, are considering leaving the workforce. Out of that 77%, 95% of those teachers had already made a move to leave the workforce, such as updating their resume, looking for a job, applying for a job, interviewing for a different position. And so in a situation where the state is having a teacher shortage, we really felt it was important to get a pulse and a handle on what our teachers were feeling. And so we developed a survey, and I will go over some of those results with you. We sent out the survey to our teachers and librarians right after spring break. We received 1,149 responses out of about a little bit over 2,400 teachers, and so I do feel that that is a good response. You can see on the chart on the right the breakdown of years of service, years of teaching experience overall, not necessarily in Judson, just overall. So you can see that we had a pretty good spread of years of experience bands for our teachers, which is important. That was the only identifying factor that we asked for in the survey, was just those specific years of experience. We had 5 questions where they had to rank statements or items of importance or how much they agreed to it, and then we had 3 open-ended response questions. So the first question really just had to do with how much do you agree with the following statements? Just as you are right after spring break, how do you feel about these statements? And so the statements range from positive relationships with the community to I feel valued, I want to stay in Judson next year, I feel burnt out, I feel adequately compensated. So ideas, feelings, things that we've been hearing as we are talking to teachers, and just the feel about teaching in general, education in general. So we just wanted to see, where do our teachers stand as far as these statements go? The line that you see is just a line to separate 50% agreement and up, and then you can see what kind of falls underneath. So this is percentage of agreement and percentage of disagreement. And then, of course, we did have an option of neutral or NA, and so that's why those numbers wouldn't add up to 100%. I'm going to move over to the next slide because the next slide has those results, but they also have the results broken out in those year bands of experience. And why we really wanted to do the year bands of experience is to see if there is a disparity or if there is a specific need with teachers that are newer in the profession or teachers that were more experienced. And we wanted to see, is there variance between from the average? In this particular question, pretty much they aligned, but I will point out that the first statement, I have positive relationships with my parents and community. Our teachers that have 20 plus years of experience had a significantly higher percentage of agreement than the average overall results of 79. And so that could mean a couple of things to us if we are, making some inferences, is that they have more experience, they've been in the community longer, they may have taught this student in this grade, now they have the student's daughter. And so there are many different factors, but just interesting points to make while we're looking at this. The other thing that I want to point out as far as years of experience and difference is you can see at the bottom, 21% of our teachers feel adequately compensated. So that ranked down at the lowest of agreement. But you can see that where it is mostly a concern is with our 6 to 10 year teachers and our 11 to 15 year teachers. Just looking at that quantitative data, we've made a couple of assumptions in our preliminary findings that teachers in Judson ISD value relationships with their students, their parents, and their community. They feel supported by their peers, which is important as they're working in the trenches and doing the hard work. 48% of our teachers feel valued for the work that they do, so that's below that 50% line. And then 21% of our teachers feel adequately compensated. Our next question had to do with statements about Judson ISD. So how much do you agree that you have this in Judson ISD? And so you can see here that ranking at the highest agreement are the strong relationships with students, the ability to help students reach their potential, a rewarding career that makes a difference. So all of those things, why teachers go into education, they're feeling that here in Judson. If we look kind of down underneath that 50% line, the ones that rank a little lower in agreement have to do with compensation, and not just salary, but also compensation and benefits, in addition to flexibility and time. So when I scroll over to the next screen, you can see it broken down by years of experience of teachers. And on this particular question, the years of experience bands pretty much align with the average. There weren't a lot of outliers there. You might point out that the 20-plus teachers feel more that they do not have adequate time to plan and prepare, and so that's something that when we take a look at future actions, we would look at those kind of disparities to see if we can differentiate some solutions a little bit deeper. So the preliminary findings here, I just wanted to make sure I didn't already say them. Again, our teachers in Judson are very passionate educators that want to make a difference, that feel they make a difference. More than half of our teachers do feel a sense of autonomy in their classroom. And then again, time is a challenge to efficiency and work-life balance, and then compensation and benefits is a challenge according to the data. Our next question had to do with retention strategies. So we asked our teachers to rate how important would these strategies be in retaining teachers in Judson ISD. So this is just all of the teachers all together. Rising to the top are compensation items, so salary increases, retention bonus, and then right underneath that are class size ratios, and of course, time schedule, which includes a 4-day work week. When we move over to see our years of experience bands, we can see that a 4-day work week is less important to our more experienced teachers, more important to our newer teachers. And then for our more experienced teachers down at the bottom, direct support to maximize retirement benefits is more important to them than it is for the other years of experience teachers. This next slide is just a visual representation so that you can see where the years of experience varies. We just wanted to give you a visual representation of the top 5 or 6 that were floating for these retention strategies. You can see that most of the variation comes in the 4-day work week strategy. Some findings we see here with retention strategies. Teachers feel monetary compensation is one of the best retention strategies. And that would include things like salary, but it would also include things like stipends and incentives and such. There is a need that was expressed for flexibility in schedules, and then also stating that class sizes are a challenge. We had the most open-ended responses for this particular question. We asked directly the teachers, besides monetary compensation, what are your ideas of retention strategies that could keep Judson ISD teachers here in Judson ISD? We have read through every open-ended response, and there are some rising themes that come up in those responses. Time and schedule flexibility is one of them. Stipends and retention, even though that is compensation, that was still written in those responses. Behavioral support, voice, and value, which encompasses things like recognition, transparent communication, and also being provided feedback. And so what we're wanting to do with these themes is really take a look at what are some of the suggestions that are viable and that we can put into action immediately, what we can plan to put into action in the future. And so we are going to take a closer look at that, but I just wanted to name a couple of those themes that were rising that weren't necessarily on the specific things that they had to rank. And I'll talk about next steps towards the end as well. The last two questions just had to do with barriers. The first of the last two is barriers to quality instruction. So what is a challenge for you to be able to provide quality instruction in your classroom? You can see that what is rising up to the top are class sizes, and I am glad that we have heard that. We have already taken some steps to address that with our staffing, and we have addressed that by staffing this year at a 21-to-1 ratio in elementary, a 22-to-1 ratio in middle, and then a 23-to-1 ratio in high school. And so that should help some of those large class sizes.
Can I ask a quick question
Sure.
about like these slides in general about the barriers? So was everybody just given the full list and
Yes,
you
ma'am.
could agree and disagree on all of them? So it wasn't like a ranked
This
thing?
is not a ranking, no.
Okay.
They were not ranking the barriers. They,
Everybody had a chance to react
Correct.
to all of them?
yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yes.
Thanks.
So in this slide, you can see the breakdown of years of teacher experience. Again, there weren't very many disparities. They all kind of aligned. I do want to point out, though, that down at the bottom where you see lack of mentorship, it is more significant in the 0 to 5 teacher experience. And so that is something that is a flag for us, and we need to explore further so that we can help support those teachers. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Under this one, too many non-instructional tasks and responsibilities, did they give you all examples of what they were talking about?
So in this data, they didn't because it was a fixed statement.
Okay.
However, in the open-ended responses, we did receive a lot of examples of what those
Okay,
non-instructional
we come
tasks
into
were.
that.
Yes, and
Okay,
I will
okay.
not share all of them, but I will.
I'm
I
just
will address
curious.
it. Yes, ma'am,
Yeah,
of
okay,
course.
thank you, ma'am.
So here's your visual representation of the top 5 barriers to quality instruction, and you can see that there aren't huge disparities between the groups of years of experience there. And again, 92% of our teachers rank large class sizes as a top barrier. We are continuing to address that. We hear that. Students are exhibiting behavioral challenges. And we talk a little bit about the open-ended responses. That does rise up to the top of areas that we could extend more support. The emphasis on standardized test performance, could be a barrier. And then I did mention the mentorship with new teachers. Then our last question had to do with barriers to healthy work-life balance. I think we can all agree that we're just living in a different time. Everything is more difficult. Things are just different. And so we really have to pay attention to our teachers and our staff to make sure that they are having a healthy work-life balance. And if there are things that we can do within the workday to help balance that for them, that is something that we want to consider. We won't be able to address everything, but to have a better understanding on where they are will help us make better decisions. And so you can see here, I'll just move over to the slide that separates everything out. You can see here that barriers to healthy work-life balance is the same kind of things are rising to the top. Compensation, pay doesn't align with the workload, salary, too many non-instructional tasks, not enough planning time, out-of-pocket expenses. And so all of those affect home life as well. And so we're seeing that in the data. Here's your visual representation of that. You know, not too many big disparities there, but I think that it's nice to see a visual representation of data when you're comparing those years of service or years of experience. So just to summarize that question, teachers feel monetary compensation issues are a large factor that impedes healthy work-life balance. The appreciation or public perceptions of teachers is also something that is, impeding that kind of healthy work-life balance and what the public's views are of teachers in education. Now, we might not be able to directly impact that because we don't have control of the public perceptions, but perhaps things like more recognitions, things that, within the district that we can do to make them feel more appreciated here will kind of put the public perception in the background. And so that is an important piece of data that we need to know. And then again, flexibility in work schedules is important to teachers. So I want to say that reading the open-ended responses is difficult because we hear a lot, or we've read a lot that even though I'm filling out this survey, no one is probably going to read this. I'm going to voice it, but no one's really going to listen. I'm going to say something, but it'll probably fall on deaf ears. And so we just want to state that we are really listening. And what our teachers and our staff are saying is extremely important to us and is going to be a driving force of conversation as we are making decisions to move forward. So we are going to continue analyzing those open-ended responses. I know that Mr. Macias in a couple of board meetings back mentioned a teacher committee to try to get some specific strategies on retention and things like that. And so we are going to develop a teacher task force to really address the survey data, because sharing it with you and then not doing anything about it is just a waste of time. And then when I read another comment that says you're not going to do anything about it, it'll be true. And so what we want to do is we want to develop a teacher task force to meet for a series of meetings to really delve into those strategies that were suggested in those open-ended responses, take it by theme, because we can't, filter out over 1,000 responses, but they would be focused by rising themes, the ones that are rising to the top. And then we would prioritize things that could be possible. And then that task force would make recommendations to us so that we can make recommendations to you all and see if we can do anything based on those strategies so that we have a plan moving forward to really keep our teachers that are here and also attract teachers and know how to retain them once they get here. So we are going to open up nominations, voluntary self-nominations. I really hope that many people want to serve on this task force. I've already selected some dates that we would meet. It would be very hyper-focused with a really strict kind of schedule so that we could really dig into the work. But we will ask for voluntary self-nominations, and then we would do a random lottery just because we would need to actually focus and we want to limit the number of people so that decision-making can happen quickly, but discussion also can be rich. So we will start to open up that self-nomination period on Monday. And then we will announce that through our Monday message, and we'll also send an email out directly to our teachers and librarians. I also just want to add that we know that there are hard areas to recruit. Our focus on this particular survey was our teachers and our teachers, because we want to go into this next school year with not a lot of shortages. But we do understand that there are other areas that are hard to recruit, like our bus drivers, like our specialized areas of special education and those sort of things. We are still in discussion. That's not a priority for us. It's just that this particular survey was focused on teacher hiring, teacher retention. So we do have our TASB survey that is out that we will be able to glean some data there, but we are also fully intending to get feedback from those groups as well to be able to guide our decisions in the future for that, immediate and later on. So that is the teacher survey overview. Any questions or comments or feedback?
I have a couple of comments. One is, definitely, like in the Citizens to be Heard today, somebody brought up compensation, and that is one of the top things that teachers identified, right? And know that it is a priority of the board to make sure that our teachers are compensated fairly and as competitively as possible. But we also need to keep in mind that our fund balance can't really be used to do that, because that's not a long-term solution to funding that. And I think that so several people have brought up SAISD's compensation package, and I think it's phenomenal, and it's great that they were able to do that. And however, circumstances are different, right? We gave a 6% raise last year, which is more than what the majority of teachers in SAISD are getting. So I think that number one, know that we will be working very hard to make sure that that is possible for our teachers. And I think the other thing that leads me to ask is some of the things on that list of ways that could help teachers and make their working conditions better are things that could be addressed at the campus level, right? Mm-hmm. Like just attitudes of management and things like that.
Yes.
So I'm curious how this is going to be shared with campus principals.
Yes. We will absolutely be sharing this with campus principals. I will add that we purposely did not ask for specific campuses, though, because we wanted to really try to make it as anonymous as possible. But yes, we are definitely going to share the results with campus principals, and also pull out those items that are hey, this is low-hanging fruit. Our teachers are saying this. And so if they're saying, limit our after-school meetings, and it really could be an email, then let's make it an email. Can we protect our, our time better? And so those kinds of suggestions that are listed there that can easily be done, we're definitely going to have discussions and brainstorm back and forth on how that can be done.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And one other thought I know can be really effective is having stay conversations with teachers and saying, we really value the work you are doing, and not taking it for granted that they're going to stay, but really encouraging them and communicating the value they bring to the campus. So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, Mr. Macias.
I appreciate this is definitely, I think, a very positive step in the right direction. And like you, I want to make sure that we do something in response to these inquiries from the survey. I'll also say too that not in disagreement with Ms. Rodriguez, but I'm still very open to compensation. Obviously, across the board, that is what resonated with our teachers. So I'm open to being competitive and evaluating that all the way through this process. But I will say, too, that I've spoken to our superintendent that we need to expand this task force to be employee specific. So it's dealing with other groups of employees. Overall, the goal is to look for retention strategies that reinforce everything we're doing. And I would also we'll discuss it more on the board level, but I'm very cautious about simply putting these strategies only at the campus level, because I do see that sort of a decentralized rather than a district-led central policy that where the board can weigh in on appropriating funds and working with our administration to ensure we're doing those above and beyond things. Like I think we discussed, teachers want time off. Are we able to, and it's going to cost money, it just doesn't happen for free, so we have to pay for it. So if that's what comes out of this task force, then we build it in, but we got to build it into our budget. So I'm really impressed with the data. It seems to really take a strong snapshot of where there are potential opportunities for us to bridge. But again, I would just say, let's expand it to employees across the district as well as teachers, of course.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to say a few words. I think the initial concern for the teachers is because although we realize that, bus drivers are one of those critical areas as well, the 2,400 we have about 3,600 employees in the district. 2,400 are teachers. And the teacher, as Dr. Taganow explained before she started the briefing, 77 or even more are making attempts, getting their resumes together, looking at applying for positions, making moves. And that's not exclusive to Judson ISD. That's across the state of Texas and across the nation. So that's kind of where we started. In terms of the campus level involvement, although you're correct, it'll be a district level initiative. One of the things that Dr. Taganow, Dr. Toppin and I were talking about earlier, we were both principals, and we would be told, and I'm sure Dr. Saunders will tell you the same thing, hey, it's teacher planning day on this day. And on those days, you're supposed to let the teachers plan and get ready for the students to come back. We'd always set a meeting, a principals meeting that day, and you're stealing time from the teachers. We have to, as a district, protect that time for the teachers and tell the principals, hey, they told us this is the time that they need. You can't have your meeting that day. I need you not even to be on campus that day. I just need you to let the teachers do what they need to do. And as we listen to that feedback, we come up with ways to address these situations, and then we have our meetings with the principals, and then I think we'll be great moving forward. But I'm really looking forward to the task force and what they bring back. And once they list those items, we have more than capable people to sit down with administrators and say, hey, what's the best way that we can address this issue? And then we make sure that we implement that across the district.
Thank you.
Jenna.
Ms. Eaton, yes.
Ms. Taganow, thank you. Awesome as always. How many people are going to be on your task force?
We haven't solidified a number, but we're thinking about 25 to 30.
25? And you said y'all want to be able to make a decision?
I have an agenda man and a timekeeper.
There's 7, 8 of us.
We
I'm
are
just
going
saying.
to stick with it, but we're going to take it piece at a time. We can't attack all 1,149 comments, and some of them are not things that we can even put into action. So some of those comments were just explanations of how I feel. So there wasn't actually a strategy or something
Right.
that we would have to evaluate. So we'll take it by theme. We'll have a pretty set agenda on how that would look. Dot activities, things of that nature, some discussion. So we will. I will
noticed-
definitely take your comment into consideration and say 20? So,
Hey, it's your task force.
but we haven't really solidified.
I'm just going to be on the receiving end of the results.
We haven't solidified a number.
Okay.
We do want to make sure though that we have representation from both elementary and secondary though. So that would be an identifier when we do like the random drawing, we'll separate those out.
Okay. And I kind of forgot what my other one. Oh, because I noticed one of the concerns too was safety and security. You know, that really kind of stuck out for me. So, yeah, we're on top of that. Though.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments about the teacher survey? Mr. Diaz.
Dr. Tagano, at one point, did you say that if you had too many folks, you were going to do a lottery
Yes. So we're going to do a random lottery, yes.
to see who's on the task force?
Yes, yes, sir.
Just think about one of the things that we want to make sure that we do is having equitable representation of voice and experience.
Yes.
In that, right? So the lottery may be skewed depending on who applies. So just consider that.
Yes, sir.
The other thing, and sort of to what Dr. Field said, is I think every party, and I'm assuming front row is going to be part of this, of course, but every party needs to keep the end in mind, right? What is the end goal? What is the purpose? And how do we approach it from an objective, measurable, in fact, impactful position, right? So just keep the end in mind as to what that tapestry looks like in order for us to have the conversations, or at least the first conversation to launch this. With that said, who's going to be facilitating the conversation?
I will be.
Okay. So
And,
another
and some other staff
Sure.
as well.
Just another consideration is I think what ends up happening sometimes when two groups that are looking at things from different lenses is, you know, this group might be saying these are the things that we want from a blue sky perspective. And then administration could possibly fall into the trap of saying, but that's not possible, or how do we do it? I don't think the conversation is how do we do it, but what do we do? And then we'll talk about how to get there, right? So consider maybe finding a facilitator to have the conversation just to make sure that everybody's kind of biases or natural tendencies don't overtake the spirit of the task force. So, you know, just some things just to give you some thought partnership there.
Thank you. Those are great thoughts.
Any other questions or comments? All right. We will move on to item 7E, Annual Report for Continuing Education Credits for School Board Members for 2022-2023. So I have a script that I have to read for this. As presiding officer of the board, I am required to announce the name of each member who, as of that member's anniversary of election or appointment to the board at the last regular meeting of the board before an election of trustees, the board members that have completed the required continuing education, have exceeded the required continuing education, and are deficient in meeting the required continuing education. I will just go down the row here. Ms. Pichelle has completed the required continuing education. Mr. Macias has one outstanding requirement, which is the cybersecurity training, which we all received, but it had some technical difficulties in access. So Mr. Macias is working on that, and we'll have that done shortly. Mr. Diaz has completed the required continuing education. I, Jennifer Rodriguez, have completed the required continuing education. Ms. Eaton has completed the required continuing education. Ms. King has completed the required continuing education. And Ms. Canoyer has completed the required continuing education. And there's no doubt in my mind that Mr. Macias will quickly resolve that issue. It was hard for all of us. All right, so the next item on the agenda, did anybody have comments or questions about the continuing education?
I think I exceeded.
Yes, I think we probably all exceeded. We've done a lot of training. Yes. We have all exceeded the requirements, and the one requirement that is something that we all did recently was the cybersecurity one. All right, so item 7F, the board's self-evaluation. Thank you to those who were able to complete this. I know this was a very, very busy time of year to be doing this. I'll name that we had 4 members who were able to complete the self-evaluation, and we were all very, very close in our evaluations. There was like almost no difference in how we evaluated ourselves. So I think that points to really strong understanding and norming amongst each other, and points to that. The areas where we were particularly strong, and almost everybody agreed with this, was on the setting of vision and goals. So pointing to our broader our board student outcome goals and our constraints. The areas where we were weaker and need to work on our systems and processes. We were solid there, but there's still some strengthening to do of taking our we've been doing a very consistent job of following our monitoring calendar and things like that. The next level of that is true like internalization of all of that, and just continuing to stay on those processes. And then the place where we really have some work to do is advocacy and engagement. So the next level is taking it from having these goals to having our community deeply understand the goals, and that comes from like community outreach and things like that. So as we embark on the upcoming school year with a new superintendent, that could be a place where we decide to invest in further training in how we might set up systems so that we are speaking to our community on a regular basis, and sharing progress beyond just the boardroom, but out in the community and in each of our feeder patterns. So that was my summary and synthesis of the self-evaluations that I got. I'm curious if anybody has any other comments or thoughts that they wanted to share that were sparked by completing their self-evaluations independently. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, we will continue on to item 7G, update on board training, conferences, events, and board committee updates. I will start with Ms. Pichelle.
I don't have anything to report right
Okay.
now.
Mr. Macias?
No, nothing to report other than just I'll be coordinating with Mr. Diaz on our next internal audit meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Diaz?
No updates.
I also have no updates, but I feel like there will be a million events in the upcoming month that we will all be attending. I just don't know. I just follow my calendar, so I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what they are quite yet. Ms. Eaton?
I believe registration for SLI. Yeah? SLI.
Okay. Ms. King?
I do. I have an update from the Board Advisory Innovation Committee meeting that we had on Monday. That was the last meeting for this school year. And we received some great information from the Department of Innovation in regarding the awards that was given to those designation campuses, the LASSO grants. We received an update regarding existing programs and an update regarding the new innovation designation campuses for next school year. And so there's going to be a total of 5 new campuses next school year for the new innovation designation campuses. So one is in its implementation year next year, which is the PTech program at Judson High School. And students are able to receive industry-based certifications, college hours in pre-nursing, pre-dental, and in automotive collision repair. And then the other programs are in their planning years next year to include the STEM programs at Candlewood Elementary and also Kirby Middle School. And then the college prep programs at Spring Meadows Elementary and Woodlake Hills Middle School. And thank you to all the principals and academic deans that came to present and give us updates on your program. And what was so interesting to see was the fact that there is different programs throughout the entire district. So it's just not in one area, but the programs are spread out in different schools throughout the district, which is great. And it was also great to see the different pathways between the elementary and secondary campuses. And it will be great to see more in the future, the different collaborations and pathways. And so with the new programs and systems being developed, it's important that strong and effective evaluation systems are in place and to make sure that those programs are effective. And I was happy to hear that a system was established and that the board will be hearing more about that in the coming meetings. And so thank you so much to Mrs. Davis, our Chief Innovation Officer, and also the Department of Innovation. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And Ms. Kenoyer.
I went to Wagner High School's T-Bird recognition, where they divide their recognition for athletes into fall and spring because they have so many who participate, and for everybody to get their due recognition. That was a really good event. I was pleased to be there. I also went to the groundbreaking ceremony for the new Bexar County Precinct 4 complex that's going to be installed in Judson ISD over off Rocket Lane on the other side of 1604 from the actual high school and stadium. And I'm very excited about that because that's going to include access for our constituents to tax office, justice of the peace, constable, and something else I'm not remembering right offhand. But having that facility in our zone is huge. And I want to commend Commissioner Calvert for pushing that through. Bexar County Sheriff's Constable Substation is the other thing. There's already a Bexar County substation right there. This is going to be a huge endeavor, not just for that, but they're also planning hotels and shopping and restaurants and all of that there. So that's a real big benefit for Judson ISD. So I was really happy to go there. And attended the Innovation Committee, went to a Veterans Memorial High School softball game. I think that's about it.
Thank you so much. All right. All right, we have reached our closed session. So the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report, and updates including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. Item B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.076, deliberation regarding security devices or security audits. Item C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.089, attorney consultation regarding legal issues and deliberations regarding security devices or security audits. Item D, pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding legal issues pertaining to bond fund matters. Item E, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel and contract renewal lists for teachers, nurses, librarians, and counselors for the 2023-2024 school year. Item F, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing contract renewal lists for campus and district administrators for the 2023-2024 school year. I'm going to note that on items G and H, I'm going to read these, although we already went into closed session, because when I read it before, I read it off the action item instead of reading the actual government code, so I'm making that correction right now. So item G, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, consider and discuss applicants for the superintendent position. Item H, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to employment of new superintendent. And item I, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with the district's attorney regarding legal issues related to employee contract and compensation plan issues. The time is now 8:41 p.m. and we are adjourning into going into closed session, and we are going to stay in this room this time around. And thank you very much. All right. I didn't even get my script ready. I'm sorry, y'all. It's late. Where is it? Oh, no. Okay, the time is now 11:15. Seriously, what happened to my script for closed session? Here it is. Okay. The time is now 11:15. The board will now reconvene in open session. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. We will now go on to item 9, consider and take possible action regarding items discussed in closed session. Item A, consider and take possible action regarding the personnel report and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. Do we have a motion for that one?
I move we approve the personnel report as presented in closed session.
Second.
Okay, that was moved and seconded. I'll let Betty pick between Ms. King and Ms. Eaton, who said it both at the same time. And I'll note that Mr. Diaz had to step out, so I don't know if we need to mark him absent before we start voting. Apologies. He's giving me the signs that we need to wait just a second. We could do that. I think I've already put it on voting. Let's see. Do you need me to roll it back? Yes. Let's see, here we go. Let me do that, because one vote has been locked. I don't think it's letting me do it. Okay. No. I'm sorry. Okay, he's saying, okay. Okay. There we go. All right, now I can push proceed to vote. All right. All right, that item passes 6-0. Next item is item B, consider and take possible action regarding approval of the contract renewal list for teachers, nurses, librarians, and counselors for the 2023-2024 school year. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept, what are we doing? B, as written, the contract renewal list for teachers, nurses, librarians, and counselors for the 2023-2024 school year.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. Okay, that item passes 6-0. The next item, item C, consider and take possible action regarding approval of the contract renewal list for campus and district office administrators for the 2023-2024 school year. Is there a motion for that one?
I move we approve the contract renewal list for campus and district office administrators for the 2023-2024 school year as presented.
Thank you. That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. All right, that passes 6-0. We already voted on item D, and there was no action needed on item E, correct? Consider and take possible action regarding legal issues related to employee contract and compensation plan issues. That was for our information only. Or do we need to, I'm blanking. There were several things we discussed there.
But I think.
Do we need to vote on as discussed? Okay. All right. So there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 11:19 p.m. Thank you all for staying for the long haul.